Good morning, guys. Nice. Today's stream card has changed my mind about AI. Let's go, NVIDIA. Ding ding. And such. IWM off to a bit of a rough start there. NVIDIA looks kind of good. Let's see. Bounced back 3% overnight. I still don't have a morning. Oh, actually, never mind. There it goes. Now I can post that. Oh, that didn't change much. 1 second here, guys. It's a good day to lose money. As good as any other one. We're seeing at least 10% material increase in July for gypsum, mineral, and fiberglass insulation, light gauge steel. Okay. Oh, gypsum, mineral, and fiberglass insulation, light gauge steel. Is the world just playing FX musical chairs to see which one blows up first? Sort of, yeah. Or to avoid blowing up. I'm doing a fake out breakdown. Yeah? That was a big fucking drop for a fake out. Really trying to trick people. What are key supports on IWM? 98. See, we opened at 60, failed. Puts us pretty distinctly into the larger put positioning here. Hmm. VIX is up. Well, that's nice. NVIDIA needs to squeeze out short calls at 20. Hmm. Carvana got 120 in the pre-market. That still has quite a lot of positioning at 120. Not much above it, though. All right, let's see here. Dollars up, yields are up. Ooh, that's kind of fancy. Home prices were pretty moderate this morning. House price index was up month over month, and the year over year came in significantly higher than expected. But Case-Shiller home pricing was down. So was Redbook. There was a bit of a tick up in the National Activity Index. The 2-year Schatz auction came in at 2.8% versus the prior 3.0, and still showing a pretty strong demand for German debt versus French, British, and Italian. There you go. It's Schatz. It's Schatz. Little Schatz. I pronounced it correctly. Shots? Maybe. The German bond market has shats its pants. Nice sweet trend lines on futures to look at. Yes. The kind of, well, it's not really long term, but we keep falling back into the downtrend, which is becoming slightly less bullish consolidation over time now. Well, after this morning's failure, it loses a bit of its bullish consolidation. This fucking series of bounces looks so weak. I just don't think there's any buyers coming in. No one wants to buy any of this shit. It's all too expensive. AVGO lost 1,600. I don't see why it's not going to keep just going down, honestly. GME looks aggressively boring. Let's see. Tesla's dumping pretty hard, but not below GN yet. I don't think. No. GN pulled back a little bit on it too. 174. Still looks pretty awful under 180. Might keep an eye on that today. Did they announce their deliveries yet? Guggenheim reiterated sell on Tesla this morning. That could be enough. Oil's not supportive today. I'm down 60 points. NQ up 28. ES up 10. Breadth is retreating. Yeah. Yields in dollar are up, and it looks like the BTC pump from overnight is not doing so hot. That's awkward. Yeah, it looks like it's kind of fizzling out around 60. We did not fill the downside gap. Interesting. All right, let's see if Dork's awake. Nope. Let's just have a great Tuesday market crash. EPAM is going to be 200 when I get back on Monday. You do know if the market crashes, EPAM's going to tank, right? Tootsie Roll was the real MOASS. 6% yesterday, 5% today. People really chasing down those defensives. Did you enter your IWM position yet? Yeah, yesterday before close. What are you thinking about Beyond? I wasn't. It's not on Reg Show, so I don't really want to touch it. Also, it looks like it's getting shorted today. Jamie looks like it's getting shorted hard today. No breakout. Although that's kind of flipping arbitrage a bit, which is neat. RSP's down. That's not correct. There we go. Retail taking a little bit of a hit. Walmart's down 2%. HD down 3. Lowe's is down 3. Producer manufacturing. It's like a little rotation back into tech, but shockingly not very broad. Looks like people are backing off on their finance bets. Transportation's falling. Energy down. Utilities flat. Durables are down largely. That's probably not good for Tesla, right? Are you going for an AMD play? It's at 157. What play? Hmm. Maybe. Yeah, shit gets kind of ugly here. Not a lot of range on it, though. It doesn't look like very many people are betting it falls under 150. Um, Delta's still pretty flat. Gamma's slightly positive. People are selling some puts right around here. GN is at 157.13. So it did slip gamma neutral a bit. Yeah. Might be an okay short. Maybe like intraday. I'd rather just short the index though. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Netflix still dropping. Careful with AVGO, actually. Is there a dividend? Dividend was yesterday. Yeah, I'd be careful with that particular aspect of it. Could catch a bid post dividend. Splits on July 15. Hmm. That one might be kind of dangerous. Alright. Both still failing here? No, no. I mean, they're not in a good position here, but they're not failing. They still need it above 165. At least for now. Thoughts on BSX? Hmm. Seems like fairly steady but slightly punctuated growth over the last 3 quarters, but that's kind of just alongside literally everything else, right? Margins have been declining over the last two. Might be due for a little bit of a correction. Long-term growth is pretty strong. I would say it's maybe a bit overpriced. I usually stay away from medical shit, so. But yeah, I mean, I feel like a 65x trailing 12-month price to earnings is a bit excessive, maybe undeserved. SPX chop below 54.65 is bearish. Yeah, but it can also break up. VIX is getting shorted pretty hard, so they're definitely trying to turn things around. Let's see if it fails or not. QQQ looks a little bit stronger than SPX here. Well, it looks like we're getting a push back into dispersion. Definitely on the 1 month, a little bit on the 3. The delta that fell off on the SPX has really not come back, so we'll have to see how that goes. Volume in the NVD chart daily the last few days looks crazy. Massive covering? That's not something I watch closely enough to be able to say that for sure, but maybe. Could be. It could just be that there a lot of people are going short in a video. It's extraordinarily cheap, right? Let me see how this looks. I think we might get one more stronger push to the upside. Before we see any kind of failure. SPX forward returns are falling. I wonder if shorting vol and pumping meme 7 aren't going to be enough right now. I know we don't care about Canada, but it's funny that their CPI reading was hot. Hawkish cuts. Let's send a NVIDIA straddle into their shareholder meeting tomorrow. I mean, it's already priced up, right? Like, the increase in vol is what's pressuring the short calls already. I don't know. It seems like a waste of money. Like, MM's just gonna rob you. Also, why do you want to straddle $100 stock? Hawk Tua cuts? Alright, that was pretty good. Probably sold. FSLR is nowhere near 280 right now. I mean, it moves. Well, for now, right? But some, like I just said, some of that movement's just because the MM's pricing up volatility. Yeah, there's stocks like AVGO that you can straddle, right? And then you just don't fucking care what happens because it's gonna move like $60 one way or the other, right? It's expensive, but my boss just came into my office and gleeked on me. Tried to wipe it off me, making me feel like I was baptized in the name of the Father, the Son, and Haktua. What the fuck is gleeked? Yeah, I'll go fuck myself. I mean, I feel like an IWM straddle, which is your like go-to, right, is probably far better than Nvidia, at least as far as notional moves go. It's when you open your mouth and saliva jumps out. Is this a problem people have? Spraying from your salivary gland? Don't let these millennials in here with their new words. Seriously. There's a term for that. Gleek is when you spit by pushing spit from under your tongue. Ew. We were saying gleeked in the 80s and 90s. I fucking wasn't. When we changed the subject, I mean, we could try. So it's just like advanced mewing. I remember when getting faded was getting crunk. I had a friend that used to say getting crunk. We left him at a bar in the hood one night. Never heard from him again. No, we heard from him the next day. Didn't want to, but we did. It would be nice if SPX would continue this downward trend here. Futures is pushing into 55.20. Looks like a good point to get a nice little dip. Sounds fetch. Yeah. Hey, we filled the gap. IWM massively underperforming. QQQ's not, though. If we slip 5450, are we going to slide all the way? 5450 is kind of a big deal. It's okay. NQ bulls are reversing this as hard as they feasibly can. That was ridiculous. I'm sitting in LAX with too much NyQuil in my system, and everything is floating, and I'm a chair. Nice. Do you know anything about... Is that Spy I or Spy L? It's an I? Neo's S&P 500 high income ETF. 11.464% dividend. Total growth since the inception of the fund is 1%. Eh, it's not beating the market, that's for sure. But I guess if you want monthly 11% dividends. I mean, figure the S&P is up like 30% in the last 8 months. And this is up, see, from October's low. It's up about 12. So even with the dividend, you're still underperforming the S&P, but more consistent income. I don't know, you're putting in a tax preferred account. What the fuck is wrong with QQQ? Good thing I didn't short Tesla. Yeah, that looks healthy. It is pumping. Netflix looks kind of nifty. Nvidia got above 22. Although, it doesn't look like it's responsible for a lot of this. Amazon's doing pretty well, so is Apple. Google's up a bit. I don't know if that's getting any better or worse. Okay. Stoked on the Piggle Pig long term play. Appreciate the write up. Oh, thanks. Canada's fake, NW. Good sir, by chance do you have QQQ Greeks? And would you mind sharing? I do. So gamma neutral 472, gamma max 491. That's probably all that matters. 481, but that's not too important. Delta on QQQ is a bit rough, and dealer gamma is negative as of this morning. I'm not sure that that's even bounced back to positive yet. But based on that bounce, I would say that it's probably still in a negative gamma environment. Under 473, dealers and seller in all conditions. But it looks like you don't have to worry about that anymore. Yeah, still a little bit of negative gamma hanging on there until a break of 481. Above 481, nothing really to stop it. Till gamma max. Positioning is probably more important there. I assume all those puts are just sold. Or squeezing. It's at 77 right now. Yeah, if it breaks like 79.80, it's off to the races. There's a shitload of puts on it. Hmm. Sold puts back to being confident as fuck. These look like they've been there a while, but maybe. The cover bid as they go back in the money, though. In the Marvel Universe, do you think they priced in the Thanos snap? Also, how hard did the spy get hit that day? I don't know. I feel like they didn't address it in the plot. Has position been shifting more bear or bull since the OPEC settlement gave them their margin back? Well, it didn't give them all their margin back, but it probably improved conditions a bit. There hasn't been a lot of repositioning, honestly. Delta is still fairly flat on SPX. Is no reposition the same like expect a pump? Maybe. Particularly strong though, still. Seems like the more they're pumping tech, the more breadth is retreating. We'll see. We gotta get it above 65 on SPX. We have GDP tomorrow, so I would fully expect some attempt at improving price conditions before then. Is it true that if SPX hits 70, it could pump to 54.95? Might be able to pump to like 5,500. Tesla over 185. How's it looking? Like I don't want to answer questions about it. Why are you guys trying to trade $2 moves on Tesla? Still got resistance at 90. Maybe we got stocks affiliated with ice cream or its materials. No. Huh. You should have put a hyphen between Moo and Ning. Nice slot machine. Any thoughts on Paladin mining? Paladin Energy? I don't like fucking mining companies. Fucking prospectors. Yeah, there's a bit of an arbitrage situation going on there. Which is odd. I think there's quite a bit more selling on ES right now. It'll probably resolve if QQQ drops more substantially. Yeah, it's usually closer. Although the contract did just roll, so ARB should be a bit more common right now. Oh, Jesus. Richmond Fed wrecked. Like, how wrecked? Ooh, rough. Manufacturing shipments way down. Services fucking hammered. Nice. Can you please explain how to ARB futures? You can't. Like, that's a fair answer. Hmm. Chop time? Maybe. We have Dallas services in like 30 minutes. Oh shit, 9 minutes. Sorry. Consumer confidence picked up a bit too. It's probably more impactful than the Richmond Fed print. What else do we have today? Cook is speaking at 2. We have a 2-year note auction on money supply for May. Hmm. Q's reversal is fucking janky looking. Back to 19,822. What's up, popcorn? I don't know if we're gonna do much today, honestly. This is fucking boring. Got a few more puts tacked on with that data, but 65 is still kind of the flip point for the upside move, 55 for the downside move. So I expect they'll continue to defend 55 as much as they can. Doesn't look like we've spent much of our day below it. But we may not be able to push above 65 right now. It's not a lot of momentum. I think if we actually do break out of this like $10 range one way or the other, we can move pretty hard though. Looks like everything's stacked both ways. Sorry. Latest pickles pick is a Canadian company, kind of everywhere. Where is Cobra? We need to mercilessly mock him for his transgressions. He's hiding. First time having share lending on WeBull. Do you know how that's paid out? No. I don't hold any stocks in WeBull. Probably monthly. Dow's kind of bleeding out a bit more. Oil's picking up though, which could be a little bullish. Jesus, dollar's rocketing. Not wasting any time, heading straight back for 106. And this time it's actually pushing yields up a little bit. BTC caught a bid at 60. Interesting. DAX was down 90. DAX is down 93 points right now. Ouch. What did Cobra do? He bet that if SPX closed under his 54.55 puts yesterday, that he would go to Farmville's house and give him the old Hawk Tua. I just noticed some unusual July 5th Chewy 2850 calls. Any news? Yeah, you watch the Chewy options chain all day. The girl was a teacher who had recently lost her job over that video. Well, she hadn't lost her job when the video aired, right? It was after. She was a preschool teacher talking about sucking dick on Instagram. She wasn't a teacher, she's a bartender apparently. Hmm. I thought she was a preschool teacher. Her dad's proud of her. You watch your mouth. When do we get to stop talking about this? Disgusting. Why? There's nothing disgusting about it. God. Stop being such a prude. Don't act like you didn't get those like 90 children by doing some hawk tour yourself, Maeve. All right. You lose your EPAM calls? No. There's no legit sources on anything. It's the internet. Is that a third honorary pickle jar female? They're everywhere. They just don't pretend to be. They don't. They don't. They don't. They just don't tell anyone, which is smart. IWM crashing. I wouldn't mind teachers being held to a higher standard if they were actually paid a decent wage. Fair enough. QQQ looks like it's trying. Do you get intraday positioning updates on QQQ? Same as SPX? No. I could, but why would I care? It's okay to be female. No need to hide it, honest. Well, that's just because no one believes you, right? Because it's the internet. Classic bull trap? Maybe. Breath didn't pick up with the pump, which could be a sign that this reverses. I mean, there's still resistance here. Read my reply. Where? I don't see one. Do you care about your EPAM calls? Yeah, sure. It just went from like 68 to $80 the other day. It's okay for it to take a little break. I think YouTube might have blocked your reply, Maeve. The only women on the internet are paid scammers. Change my mind. What data did we just have? We had the Dallas services print 5 minutes ago. Which was not great. Services revenues were way below where they were expected to be. Index wasn't down as bad, though. Things might cool off now a bit till the auction. Which auction, though? Does anybody give a shit about the 42-day one? Probably not. I'm not convinced that Jim Martin's wife isn't actually Jim Martin. Interesting. You guys are reaching. Huck, good. Snotloogie, bad. Agree or disagree? How would you know? I mean, sure. Yeah, one's grosser than the other. Whatever's more slippery, my dude. I added you. Read it. Okay, seriously. It's not that you didn't at me the first time. It's that it's not in the fucking chat. The only thing that you have in the chat is you saying read my reply twice. This is everything you've said today. Don't be so filthy, Maeve. Always assuming prudishness. It's not prudishness, it's an art. I'm offended by her lack of finesse. Disgusting sound. You have to lube surreptitiously. It's it's in the heat of the moment. That's the point. That's why everyone's so excited about it. It shows a level of enthusiasm that's not gated by shame. I know it's the internet, but you all need to stop kink shaming and be more sex positive. Maybe went from 0 to 100 real quick. Maybe out here trying to be clean and classy. We don't want that. We want the sloppy toppy. Is Moo Moo any good? Did you get banned from your broker again? I don't know. Never used it. I mean, I'm gonna say no because they constantly offer me the opportunity to shill their platform. Like, I get an email from them like once a week. I'm done for the day. Greek's never laughed that hard at any of my comments. Quitting while I'm ahead. Later, Smooth. It was Bumblebee tuna. That movie was racist as fuck. What if your kink is kink shaming? Then you need to find somebody who's into having their kinks shamed. She obviously made a mistake. Wasn't she out there making Hawk Tua hats like the next day at $45 a pop? I don't think she made a mistake at all. She's gonna clean up. She didn't waste any time. I've been doing this shit for 3 years. I still don't have a merch shop. Yeah, Girk, why don't you have a merch shop? That's because we asked for it and you're stubborn. Yeah, yeah, that's actually accurate. Her video was the launch of the quickest OnlyFans channel to 100K in history. She doesn't even need to make an OnlyFans channel. The less she puts out there, the more famous she could get. She can just do classes for married women whose husbands are cheating on them. Like Dr. Ruth. Yeah, I agree. Good for her. Just put a lot out there, Greg. As long as she plays Hungry Like the Wolf in the background while she's teaching those classes, I'm in. Why big sad on tech? I thought it was a pumpy day. QQQ still up 66 points today. I wouldn't describe that as big sad. Fucking dork waking up at 7:30 a.m. You're getting old, man. It's the house, isn't it? You're doing too many chores now. You don't have time for the market anymore. The landed gentry is really taking it out of me. You need servants. I told you this. I said, don't buy a house, Dorg. You don't have any servants. Oh my god, it's Cobra. He's here. I dedicated the stream card to you and your terrible decision making. I hate it. I disliked it. It's in claymation. Cobra's taking a lack of shame. Everyone throw pickles at him. If they're crushing VIX while SPX is going down, is it likely due to selling calls? Nope, they're probably still trying to pump it. I love this failed futures bounce. Be nice if we get a little more volume on the sell side. What are you going to buy for lunch after your IWM 200s print? I don't know. It's really just one rut contract. Yeah, I'm still long packs. Why? Does Cobra give better Haktua than Haktua herself? You'd have to ask Farmville. Are you talking about my GoEV leaps? No, I didn't sell them. I might buy some more. What's the difference between futures and options? A futures contract's an agreement to buy or sell an asset at a predetermined price at a specified time in the future. Both the buyer and seller are obligated to fulfill the terms, but no payment is required beyond the initial margin deposit. But options contracts, premiums are paid up front. It gives the buyer the right to exercise. And the seller has the obligation to fulfill it. I was in Vegas Friday and yesterday, so I couldn't watch. I don't know. No, I didn't see that. You need to throw spit on that thing on your soundboard for whenever the market violently reacts to going down 10 bips over the course of 15 minutes. You send me the audio file, and it's as good as done. Futures contracts are all traded 1-to-1. So if you want to buy a futures contract, you put in your order to buy a futures contract, and then someone comes along and fills it who wants to sell a futures contract at the same strike or price. The exercise money is not required up front. You just have to meet the margin requirements. I don't know anything about audio. Oh, okay. Never mind. Is IWM finna squart today? You mean go up? I don't think so. It's been underperforming most of the day so far. What's your time frame for AQN? I don't know, a couple years. Unless they try to take away my divvy. In which case, fuck them. Well, it depends on how much they take. Gotcha. So expecting a 30% increase in price by next week. I don't think so. They've got some hurdles. Pre-auction pump time. It's a 42-day auction. No one gives a shit about it. Probably. Yeah, we can probably pump. Trying to fight back against negative delta here, though. I'm waiting till AQNRQ before I full port. Fair. Sorry to ask. 1 to 10 is GME garbage. But you want like a how garbage is it rating? Or how garbage isn't it rating. Have you bought any SPX puts today? I had some earlier. How not garbage isn't it not? When IWM finish gooning? I don't know. Things are a bit more bearish under 200, but there's calls at 201, 202. I'm just keeping things kind of pinned here to spot. There's not a ton of puts today either. How low could you see it falling in the near term? Should be some support around like 21.50. Below that, like $20. Credit spreads on Carvana, since it's way past GM. It's not way past GM, it's a little bit past GM. And no, it can stay above GM for a couple of days before it breaks down. PRGO. Mm. I don't know. Pharmaceuticals. I don't know anything about their pipeline. Looks like they do a lot of OTC stuff. Yeah. Not a fan. Mm. billions in revenue and terrible cash flows. Mm. Could be a billionaire member. How do you have to sign up on YouTube? Which I do realize is confusing. SPX making a Head and Shoulders? Sure. QQQ is. SPX is a little less momentum here. I'm a bull in the streets, but a bear in the sheets. Do you think you can handle that? Do I need to handle that? Sounds like an identity crisis. Still got 25 minutes until the auction. Dollars consolidating a little bit. Dispersion's still getting pushed pretty hard. Hmm. Auction good or bad? It's at 11:30. Average 12-month inflation expectations ticked up to 5.4%. Interesting. Wouldn't meme 7 ETFs so we can offload these 493 stocks, holding them down? We just need to split the SPX into the 10 and the 490. Did you exit IWM? I didn't think I did. Where the fuck did my position go? What the fuck? Hold on. Excuse me? This is very odd. Oh, there they are. They came back. I got 89. Welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Or you could do it yourself. Kirk's IWM position got seller boxed. It's not even up. It'd make more sense if it was up. Charm's still like a little negative here, but it doesn't matter yet. Oh, oil moved positive on the day. At least something's supporting these absolutely ridiculous QQQ levels. NQ's up 80 bips. Everything else is down except ES, which is up 17. 16. Waffling. If we close under 54.55, you're gonna do this again, Cobra? Have you ever seen a market this dislocated? Um, when Trump was doing the whole China thing. China? Oh my god, has anybody made Hawk 2 a Trump memes yet? You expect high volatility this Friday with the JPM collar roll. We might have a bout of it. Hmm. Well, there's 65. That's the sweet spot. The fact that GB is being shorted and a projected deferred covering period is bearish, right? Normally they wouldn't short on days they're going to cover. They don't care as long as there's sufficient liquidity. Otherwise, I mean, they can if they can net out their shorts at a lower price, it's super advantageous. So yeah, they do. They do. The problem is covering into a liquid environment would endanger shorts, but in a liquid environment, they're fine. Is there any reason for this bump? No. Just dispersion ramping up. Yield curve inversion starting to tighten up a little bit. I might still get a spike in vol today. 1 second. QQQ 500Ps out of the money are gonna be so sick. Any Carvana interest above 120. I'm wondering if selling BCS is worth it. I mean, it's not bad. You want to make sure you have theta. It is above gamma max, right? But I would probably wait until it's had a little bit more time above gamma max. There is not a ton of interest out of the money above that, like above the 20 strike. So, but it is above the 20 strike. I think GM's at 118 right now. So yeah, you can. Just there's a little bit of risk in doing it too early, right? Considering it just crossed over today. Mm. Another ES rejection at the trend. Breath is still not strong. Mm. The video is selling off a little bit. Didn't quite test 25. '60 is not a very strong support here either. They are getting a bit of an uptick in put interest to the downside out to 54.45. Because they're probably short. Hmm. What's NQ doing? Interesting. NQ's at a support level here. I don't know if it's gonna fail it or not. It's got support from here down to like 19.9. If it falls below 19.9, maybe it gets a bigger move, 19.850 or 19.8. There's resistance to the upside on QQQ at 479. You think about Jan 25 U Pro puts? Mm. So levers ETFs are not generally something that you want to buy a lot of theta on because of the volatility decay. It could be okay, but you'd probably want them to get in the money sooner rather than later. The value of them could go down very sharply, very quickly. How's this contract down 10% at the same fucking price? US bank failure puts you mentioned on Sunday. I didn't. What puts? Yeah, I can see your message. Why? Oh, no worries. Was that just a bounce to the gap fill? We'll find out. We're below 65, which is still bearish, slightly. I bought that contract right before you. It's being weird as fuck. It's just getting shorted really hard. Hmm. So just wait it out. Anything interesting happen at the auction? Treasury Treasury boosted the size to 80 billion on June 27th. Okay. $2.10 yield curve inversion deepens to more than negative 50 basis points for the first time in 2024. Ooh, fun. Re auction results for the fucking 42 day? I have no idea. I could go look them up, I guess. Looks like it came in at 5.25. To high rate 5.25, allotted at high 33.32, investment rate 5.356, median 5.235, tendered 171 billion, 59 billion accepted. Primary dealer took 19 billion, direct bidder 4, and indirect bidder 36. What's CPI print? There's no CPI print today. I'm trying to figure out a good, fairly high leverage position based on the thesis that we'll see a meaningful correction or crash in the next 6 months. You could just get Vega puts on SPX if you think that's going to happen. Although volatility's a bit high on the VIX 3M right now. Implement the act of wealth destruction on someone else. Okay. Have fun with that. Japan's CPI? Wasn't it up a little? When the fuck did Japan do CPI? Well, recently, right? It was Tokyo CPI later this week, but that's really not a complete picture. Their Japanese CPI was last Thursday. Yeah, nobody cares about Canada. I can't believe Jimmy's gonna rip to $30 today. Me either. You take that back, Dad. You love Canada? No, I don't. When have I ever said I love Canada? It's like a wasteland. BOJ CPI was today. No? The Japanese inflation report was last Thursday on the 20th. Their year over year and core inflation rates were both up after the prior print. And their month over month was up from 0.2 to 0.5. And the yen definitely reacted to that, but it wasn't enough to shake off the pressure from the dollar. The only thing Japan had last night was their leading economic index and their coincident index. I guess they had a 20-year auction. Can you explain why the English eat beans for breakfast? Gross, thanks. Beans are a delicacy in England. As is anything with flavor. Lockbit claims Federal Reserve breach threatens release of Americans' banking secrets. Oh no. Isn't that like the 50th data breach at the Fed in the last year? Can you explain what you mean by Vega puts? Puts with a lot of Vega. Like out of the money, long dated puts. Oh no, my degenerate plays. The full English breakfast is a delight. It's a heart attack. Oh no, the $3 in my bank account is at risk. It'd be really cool if we could pull back a little bit here. When will the pumpies end? Delta goes negative at like 58. Charm's still a little bit positive here. It's annoying. Not for long, but for now. I really wish IWM would stop finding support. Hmm. Oop. Holy fuck, this is boring. This market's ridiculous. Scalp puts, hold calls. Yeah. But my lady, as she shed last year, tornado came through yesterday and blew the thing up. How can I convince her to use the insurance money for zero DTEs? A she shed? Is that what you just? What the fuck is a she shed? You ever get a little ting in your tang tang? I don't think so. That's what you sell on the seashore? A she shed? It's the corollary of a man cave. I thought that was just called the rest of the house. Talk to a temple. So somehow there's men out there that have convinced their wives to go fuck off in a shed. That's amazing. Congratulations. It's brilliant. You should start building one right now, Popcorn. It doesn't take much convincing. You've not been married intentionally. It's for the crafts, so it's so you don't divorce them when they bring home bags of shit from Joanne's Fabrics. I'd prefer to just stay in my garage. Yeah, you don't want to roll the dice on that one. How do you break that conversation? Hey, honey, you see that shed in the backyard? It's all yours. The wives ask for it. This is becoming unrealistic. Why? Why would they want a shed? Just make him go fucking hang out in the shed. Lies? My wife has never asked me for a shed. We looked at a house that had a little back house thing, and my wife was all over it. That's because she wants her mother to move in with you or some other family member. 1.2 leverage on SPX or upside potential. 30% downside protection over a 5-year period. How would you do this with options? So Okay, SPX level times 100 times 100. Should be the value of your call option. So to get 1.2 leverage, you'd multiply the notional value of the leverage times 1.2, and then divide that by the call option notional value. Then, so you'd probably buy a 5-year call at the current SPX level. I mean, you have to go with at least one call. And then you'd buy a 5-year put 30% below press, below spot. And then you'd sell, put 40% below spot. You could go shorter dated on the, like, you could roll the spreads. Yeah, I mean, the market could just stay sideways over. Is that my door? 1 second. God damn it, it broke out. Hmm. Breath is still shitty. 1 second. Hmm. Charm and Delta are positive here. We're still below the intraday high. It's 12 o'clock. I don't think there's any more economic data coming out. Hmm. You talk about a crash, the market not having much upside potential due to max leverage. What kind of timeline do you have for that? Will it require a catalyst? I mean, not necessarily. There's plenty of geopolitical risk and catalysts available, right? Um, but just having max upside leverage doesn't mean the market's going to crash. It just means it doesn't have a lot of room to go up anymore. And then, as markets stagnate, that tends to drive people to sell, right? If they feel that a top has been reached. But as far as catalysts go, I mean, there's plenty, right? You have a massively over leveraged carry trade. You have a deep inversion in the yield curve, which hasn't righted itself in like 700 days. So there's liquidity issues in treasuries. There's foreign debt crises that are brewing, potentially in France, maybe also in Italy, and those are coming in on the back of, EU, ECB rate cuts, right? Which are driving, bond values apart currently. And you also have pretty persistent inflation, and you have central bank divergence tracking that, and not that is not tracking that inflation, right? So central banks have started to cut rates before achieving their kind of unanimous inflation targets, which means inflation can rise again, right? There's less keeping it down, and they're hoping, that by cutting now, that they'll start turning the economies around, into a growth cycle before inflation catches up. But it's a very risky bet. For like 10 minutes of expiries, I usually sell them, but they can be cash settled. I think the commission's a little higher if you cash settle them. What's lunch? I've got a frittata and an avocado toast. On, I don't know what kind of bread this is. It's got chunky. Looks like wheat bread, but somebody mixed like bird food into it. It seems like one of these shoes drops. I mean, okay, yes, but on the other side of that, you have central banks that are very interested in preventing widespread bank failures, right? And, we've already had the shoe drop a couple of times, and, central banks have responded by providing liquidity to bail everything out. Well, it's not just sprouted wheat, because it's clearly got like oats and chia in it. But whatever. I mostly just go to this place because their frittatas are magical. It's like caramelized onion and sun-dried tomato. Mm. Lunch is after breakfast. No, lunch is today's meal. But yes, things are precarious and have remained precarious for quite some time. Generally speaking, the system will do what it can to protect itself in any way that it can. until it is either surprised or can no longer protect itself. We had some of the largest bank failures in US history last year, and that actually started a bull market. Now, the reasons for that are maybe not logical, but banks had to pad their balance sheets with something, and since rates are high and lending income is hard to come by, they padded their balance sheets with equities. And the video will rip even harder due to my puts. You guys are fucking crazy. I don't know why anybody's trying to trade a stock that's dumping and picking up $300 billion in market cap a day. In no predictable fashion whatsoever. Same downside confirmations as yesterday. Pretty similar. 55 is important. Today carries heightened risk of an upside move, though. Huh. Also very interested in becoming a billionaire, but it doesn't mean it's gonna happen. Does the breakout just look weak? Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is being backed by Nvidia's move, but not much else is moving higher. Meta's having a kind of strong day. Microsoft is starting to catch up a bit. Apple seems to be stuck around 1%. I guess Tesla and Google are moving a little. Amazon had any improvement? Where the fuck is Amazon? Oh, this is the wrong list. Yeah, Amazon's doing alright too. Yeah, the pump across tech is broad, but it's just tech. IWM's still down. Dow's down 84 points. Equal weight S&P is down 80 points. So it's really just tech here. You could go long treasuries. At least you collect a yield while you wait. I quite like treasuries right now. Even at these low rates, they're still, I think, still substantially better than equities. You have QQQ puts. Yeah, but those expire today. And that was kind of just a bet that QQQ would hit resistance and fail. Which it's sort of doing right now, but it may not actually fail. Also, the puts I bought have gotten the living shit shorted out of them. Yeah, except breath isn't catching up anymore, right? So like in Jan and March, they pumped and breath did catch up. This time, I mean, there's no leverage. They can't go pump it themselves, right? So they really need actual buyers to come in, and no one wants to. Yields are divergent. Vol demand is increasing, right? Like none of these are like, oh, I want to risk on right now signs. There's like a coin flip debt crisis going on in France. Could we break upwards here? Yeah. It is starting to fail a little bit, which is cool. But it can bounce again. Isn't the French Prime Minister Macron going to swim in the sun this weekend? He's trying to prove it's not unsafe for the Olympics. And isn't riddled with feces? That can't be real. Actually, you know what? It could be. I'm pretty sure Joe Biden and Donald Trump are about to go watch the Avengers together on Thursday. I thought Biden's role as old Captain America was really well done. Classy, but not overstated, you know? We need to make a debate bingo card. I'm not watching that fucking clown show. I'd rather watch this clown show. Can we bet the over-under on whether one of them has an aneurysm on stage? I wonder if they have to turn down the lights to keep them cool. You know what's embarrassing, right? It's not that we have old as fuck presidential candidates, right? It's that we accept that. That's the embarrassing part. Because we're just like, ah, fuck, what are you gonna do, right? Who has a choice here? All of us. That's how it works. If everybody gets together and goes, fuck that shit, boom. Change. Probably not that hard, you know? That's what identity politics are for, keeping us apart. Yeah. It's not really a fallacy. The fallacy isn't it ever happening, right? Like, it's not going to happen because people are complacent. But the idea that the entire population of the country couldn't change the direction of political momentum is absurd. He just wanted you to say phallus, bastard. All you need to do is vote outside the bipartisan system. No, that doesn't work. That sends a message to who? No, I don't think your votes matter at all. That's the problem. Honestly, I don't know how we change it. The same way the French do things, right? Not swimming in shit in the sun. Or surrendering. Yeah, guillotines and revolution. Nationwide boycott of all non-essential goods and services. Turn off your internet. Cancel all subscriptions. So Viking Horn Guy was our revolution leader. No, 100,000 hicks milling about through the capital is not a revolution. Was it only 8K? It looked like more. Dork's getting too woke right now. He's out to get Boeinged. Dork, stop trying to get people to revolt to print your pets. Bank runs present a real and systemic risk to the global financial markets. Calling for bank runs is illegal because it could destabilize our global banking system. Our global banking system's already destabilized. Trump wins in a landslide if he says Haktua in the debate. That's disturbing. Is it Republican Project 2025 supposed to be some revolution overthrowing our government? Or is that not what you were thinking? Something like that, but not planned, right? And not definitely not planned by current politicians. If we use the early response to the pandemic as an example, then we can conclude that every one of us will be dead before we get real change in the political landscape. True. All right, who tried to say something on Ko-Fi and got restricted? Does Cobra give a better Haktua than Haktua herself? Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know. Ask Farmville. Our government sucks. It's dated. You guys are so extreme. Just vote third party. Still trying to get 2 more votes on the third party ballot with you. I'm not gonna lie, Trump saying no taxes, we just get it from tariffs sounds really cool, but also more than mildly idiotic. Yeah, they're both just like they belong in retirement homes. Neither one of them is operating on 100% mental faculty, right? You said a slow grind down is more bearish than big red candles spike and vol because they sell the shit out of it. Also, does RSP divergence matter? The cat keeps yelling about it. Yes, it does. He has good reason to yell about it. Are you asking what it means? Because they sell the fuck out of it? If vol spikes hard on a small move in price, they're going to sell puts into it and get a bunch of premium. Currying votes for Big Bong O'Shanahan. I mean, why are you though? Why are you trying to curry votes for Big Bong O'Shanahan? One of our own mods in Big Bong's pocket. I know. His policies are moderate, yet also progressive. Dork's really showing off his unjaded youth right now. Yeah. No, no, I don't want to. I don't want to be the revolution leader. Although, hmm, indeed. I thought you were voting Yee 2024. Nah, I don't like him. We don't have to get murdered by predator drones. I didn't say it had to be an armed uprising. You're the one advocating violence. Pretty sure everybody could just go into SIBO and hug all the traders for a day, and the financial system would collapse. Just hug them and don't let go. Petition to bring Dork on screen so you can hear his cute little angry voice. Our 42nd president, Bill, the original Hawk Tuah getter, is younger than both candidates. Is that the solution? Bring back Bill? Vice President Hawk Tuah girl? Well, we lost 55, which is kind of a big deal. I'm gonna guess that the cook said something nasty. I expect 3 and 6 month inflation rates to move lower on a bumpy path. I see 12-month inflation moving sideways for the rest of the year and slowing more sharply next year. Ooh. He did say mean things. Monthly job gains needed to keep the unemployment rate steady, likely have doubled to nearly 200,000. The financial system is not currently positioned to unusually amplify any future shock. Oh, yeah, the massive vol short positions aren't a risk at all. There's been a long standing shortage of housing. We got some heavy rains in the Midwest, ruining a lot of crop. If you're still out there ruining the price for insurance for farmers with speculation, just FYI. I feel like you told me this one other time about the rain ruining the crops. Wheat still went down. It's almost like they grow it in places besides the Midwest. We go long corn and soy, but they closed the JGB ETF. The US produces like 9% of the world's wheat. I just want this to keep failing. This is the perfect setup. Hmm. Ooh. The perfect setup to bounce on 54.47. Okay, but that's still significantly below where we're at. Yield's getting turned. Yep. Dollar, too. Dollar should bounce back on this also. I love how the Fed's pretending to be like, oh, we're watching unemployment and do nothing. Farmers are poor, have to use irrigation systems. They grow a lot of wheat in Montana, too. Hmm. Canada? That's just the upper Midwest. Or short-term support on SPX here, 55. What range does AVGO have to the downside if it breaks 1565? I don't really think 1565 is a very important strike. $1,500 might slow down a little bit, loses momentum around 1530. 1550 is an important strike. As is 1500. It took a long time. Delta's starting to bleed off after this bounce. They need to buy more. Pump breadth because tech failed. Hmm. Sell side volume's pretty high. I think this might fail here. Maybe. Continuations are so hot right now. Would you call that bullish consolidation on IWM? Not really. I mean, we take that into account. Eh. No. It's really not consolidating, right? It already broke through the bottom. So if this bounce fails, it's probably going to fail the consolidation. Ball's moving up again. Why is Dork's market crash flat? Because me and Jay Fresh spent all of last week gaslighting everyone into believing it wasn't going to happen. It's genius. Tiny gap on futures to the upside. What's more bullish, GME or SPX? You gaslit everybody into believing it was JFresh's prediction. I did. You can blame me. I didn't do that. I just helped. I saw it going on and I was like, oh, this is fun. Well, I couldn't predict a crash because you already predicted the crash. So I predicted a much more moderate intra-week decline with a slight recovery into tomorrow. I don't have any lithium exposure. I think it's awful. Yeah, a lot of people are really excited about it. I don't know why. There's tons of lithium everywhere. There's no shortage. It's not even that hard to get out of the ground. And the demand for it hasn't really been picking up a lot lately, and is probably not going to pick up at all if we fall into a recession. I didn't start gaslighting Doric until he accused us of gaslighting him. Yeah, same. I thought there was lithium in vapes. The battery? Geopolitical angle on lithium. If we do a trade war with China, US producers may benefit. There's a ton of lithium in the US. They just found like 8 times the current world's global supply chilling under, I don't remember which state. Lithium is just the most uninteresting play ever. Here's your lithium exposure. I don't think I'm exposed to it. It's a sealed battery. Salton Sea. Yeah, there you go. There was another one they found too. That wasn't the only one. There was two. Pennsylvania. That sounds more accurate. Be careful about your lithium consumption. If you take too much, Elon will try to mine you. I thought he was gestating his own children now. It was a bad joke, okay? Not every joke goes into the joke book. Okay, all right, relax. He what? Did you not see my Twitter? I try to keep you guys up to date on this stuff. What in the belly? I don't, the next child. That man has a girdle on. I don't know what he's wearing, honestly. It's like a bulletproof vest, but it only protects his spleen. I don't understand how that anatomy is happening. It just hold puts from negative 89% to positive 5% over the past 3 hours. So maybe I'm not that relaxed. Carvana's going to be a satisfying short once this run tops out. Yeah, it usually is. Like the guy in the movie Red Planet with the baby alien in his stomach. Are you talking about Total Recall? Plot twist: we know how to grow extra organs for billionaires to survive longer, but they must be grown in the belly. Quaid. Nice. I can't believe that me as the tiny alien guy in Quaid's stomach has never been a stream card. Huh. I just looked at the Louvre. That's so fucking great. You know, I'd tell you, I'd ask you if you could make Dork look any more edgy, but I don't think so. Can we put up a text blurb that says I voted third party? Or like just like a little like sticker on his cloak? T for disobedience. Sigh fucking IWM breakout. IWM broke out. Huh. It's an interesting take. I always dreamed of making it on a stream card. I didn't think it would be me hawk toing Farmville. Dignity gone. You've changed your name from Cobra to Garden Snake. It's outside the line you drew. Yeah, but the trend already failed. Did a bear flag break down? It was. I mean, yes. That's fucking illegal. You know it's illegal. IWM's unwillingness to drop 200 basis points. One sec. Hmm. Can we test 54.25 before rocketing back up tomorrow? I feel like if we're gonna rocket back up, it's gonna be today. Because GDP's in the pre-market. Ooh, man, the out-of-the-money call interest really broke down hard. 45 and 30? Yeah, I mean, we're under 55. This is our shot at a continuation. ES looks awful, right? Move down and test on that lower trend is gonna be like 54.35. Yes, yes, like yeah, like 55.05, 5500 is like 54.40.35. Hmm. I chose wisely. Excellent. Why don't you have ES on screen in one of the four boxes? It always indicates price, index price action with your beautifully, seems to better indicate index price action with your beautifully drawn lines. Oh, I'm sorry. Is my 54.47.25 line not good enough for you now? That we've now tested 3 times in a row? Unbelievable. I gave diagonal lines. There were diagonal lines here and we failed. See the failure? It started here. Remember that one? And then it turned into this one. And then we failed that. You give and you give and you give, but we just want more. I know. Wouldn't bear song. Ew. Delta neutral? I don't know. Higher lows relevant? Down here? Not very. I'm talking about this. Uh, we could get a reversal here, but that would suck. Also lower highs, so the consolidations. I don't really think it's bullish. It looks more like a continuation. Got like that going on. Like a little boot. Generally speaking, a repeated test of a downside support indicative of the support holding or breaking down. Okay, so they can be both, like in this scenario, right? Um, where, you know, buy side weakened on each consecutive bounce. Right, so there were decent buyers here, and then fewer, and then fewer, right? But sell pressure remained fairly steady. And so, yeah, I mean, that can be an indicator. Multiple tests can both be a setup for like a failure or a reversal. And so generally you would look to the prior trend, right? To determine where buyers are. And we know buyers are weak here because that failed. And we know buyers are weak here because that failed. And it's true here. That's probably also true here. Yeah, I should have stayed in my QQQ pets a bit longer. It was so strong today, though. I didn't want to miss the chance to get out. Now this is more bullish. Yep. Are they really acting like the 2 year matters? I mean, it does, right? A tail on the 2 year would be catastrophic for the inversion. Auctions in 30 minutes, right? Or is it at 1 o'clock? Oh. Bid to cover 2.75. High yield 4.706. Sells 69 billion. 53.94% at high. Primary takes 13.4. Direct 20.93. Indirect 65.85 or 58%. It was, yeah, 2 year was flat, 4.706. So no tail, but it didn't drop lower. It came in flat, which is actually should actually be bearish, right? I would say a flat 2 year is probably more, especially at a $69 billion auction. Hmm. Extend the top line out further. Where? Oh, this? It's a pretty weak bounce on everything. Oh, Dow's still almost down 100 points. How's DJI doing today, or DJT? It's fine. The economy is great, guys. No, Dow Jones Transportation, not the Trump fucking social media stack. I'm red green colorblind, so everything looks okay. God damn it. Utilities are getting murdered today, too. They need to hurry up and get NVIDIA added to the Dow. Then they only have to pump one stock. Insiders at Carvana have been unloading bags for like 2 years. Hmm. Yup. What the fuck is FTAI? Interesting. Durables. That doesn't sound risky at all. If like a single indestructible basket we can place all our eggs into, right? Are they selling puts again? Obviously. Still have to get it back over 55 or it doesn't matter. Do you think they'll ever limit the percentage allocation in an ETF for a single stock and limit how many ETFs it's in? No. That's the whole point. Hmm. Yeah, the video is ridiculous. But it might fail its breakout at VWAP. Or, well, QQQ might. I don't know what the video is at. Probably way above VWAP. Fell back to VWAP. Yeah, it's about VWAP. $122.80. Back above 3 trillion market cap. Even the spot Bitcoin ETF have some Nvidia in it. Probably already does. Failed to break out at 55. Another downside leg? Maybe. Delta's starting to pull back. Charm's turning negative again. Not a great position for bulls to be in here. They're going to have to do some work. Ryan Cohen style. Can't wait for everyone's stock data feeds to go down because everyone upgraded to H100s. I don't want that to happen. I mean, it's not like the H100s are dangerous to use. It's just a bunch of 490s strapped together with zip ties. %90 of the time you say that, they do it. That's because it's in their interest to do it. Safe to sell a Google bear spread 185, 190? I don't know if it's safe. How about I give you data and you make it up for yourself. For the weekly expiry, gamma starts to fall off at 85, but there is still positive gamma out to 90. Gamma max is at 86. Delta neutral is at 143. Dealer Delta picked up today, so did Gamma. So, Google looks moderately bullish. And the Gamma on the short dated calls is going to pick up as it moves towards expiry. So I would say yeah, it's still got more room to the upside. Not that it's necessarily bad to sell calls here, but you might be able to get a lot more premium for them, which reduces your risk. I'm sorry to tear you away from this fake market SPX stuff, but shrimp earnings are tonight. I don't even want to know why you know when shrimp earnings are. When Tesla calls, Tesla still doesn't look very good. It's been trading in the same range for like weeks now. It's super boring. No one wants to buy. No one wants to buy like 200 and higher calls, and all the puts are below gamma neutral, which is at like 80. Is Bubba Gump Shrimp publicly traded? Let's find out. It's Landry's group. LNY. No? Have they not been fucking traded since like 2012? Well, they went private in 2008, just before the crash. No, CEO Tillman Fertitta to acquire the remaining 61% stake in Houston-based restaurant and hospitality company. Under the terms of the deal, Fertitta Holdings Inc. will buy Landry's for $21 a share in cash. To finance the deal, Fertitta received debt financing commitments from Jefferies, Jefferies Co., Jefferies Finance, and Wells Fargo Foothill. They operate Landry Seafood, Chart House, and hotels, such as the Golden Nugget casinos in Las Vegas and Laughlin. Last October, they sold their casual seafood chain, Joe's Crab Shack, to a private equity firm for $192 million. They also own Bubba Gump Shrimp House. It's it's Fertitta. Heads up, GDP is on tomorrow. It's on Thursday, I believe. Oh, that's right. We have a full week this week. Sorry, still reeling from Juneteenth. That's correct. We do have new home sales tomorrow. 2-year FRN and a 5-year note auction. Oh, stress tests are tomorrow. They're really shorting all the vol back down. Fireworks illegal in New York? I don't know. Wait, what test? I didn't study. It's too bad. My favorite part about the bank stress tests is everyone freaking out about Schwab. and then remembering that they're a broker dealer and not really a big bank. Time to buy the bottom of CRE and rent out cubicles to Twitch streamers for $300 a month. You really think they make that much money? Why wouldn't they just do what they do now and stream from their parents' basements? No room for the kiddie pool? I would like to extract what little money they have while they chase their dream. Look at you, dork, wanting to be a record label. Leave the music industry out of this. Did you see Dave Grohl trying to nag Taylor Swift, dork? Did you see her response? No, but I read comments from her fans calling for Grohl's daughter to get SA'd and shit like that. That sounds like Swifties. They love women. That's a weird cult, man. Was her response performed live? She was like, "We have a live band here every night," but didn't admit to the fact that like all of her music is lip synced on stage, which I thought was funny. We have a live band here. These people are alive, which makes it a live band. Those mics are totally plugged in and turned up. I mean, Taylor Swift's band is from like a cruise ship, right? Like they just get out there and play the same songs every night. Are you accusing her fucking band comprised of studio musicians of not playing the music every night? That's a bit of a stretch. She doesn't. She doesn't sing. If she had that many tour stops and sang at every one of them, she would have blown her voice out harder than Adele. Taylor Dork is a Swiftie. That's what I'm learning too. Was there a DTS Reacts option? Do I need to be as rich as Taylor Swift? It's probably the 5465 or the 5440 put. Did I say call on the first one? You didn't say call ever. 65 call or 40 put. Her band is actually really good. They can play music far more complicated with ease. That must just be actual hell. What's up? Oh, the upside is so grindy. I bet their paycheck makes up for the fact that they don't get to play odd time signatures and weird harmonies. That was their dream. They just wanted to play jazz jams forever. And now they're trapped in some contract touring with Taylor Swift that they can never get out of. If Taylor Swift had an OnlyFans, most of you would secretly sign up. I think she looks like an evil rodent. I absolutely would not. It's either play 4 chords in front of 100,000 people for 100K a year, or be homeless playing complex jazz in a coffee shop. I mean, if Taylor Swift were attractive, she wouldn't be relatable, right? That's her whole thing. I hate all of you. Why? Are you a Swiftie? I think the market would be insulated from Swifties. I'm a believer. Nice, Kiowa. T Swift is so attractive. Every man grows up craving a woman whose body resembles SpongeBob. SpongeBob's body, Patrick's blank stare. Yeah, this is starting to break up. It hasn't, though. It still has to get above 65, right? Otherwise, it can just break down again. There's more breadth on this push, but it still seems to be just entirely driven by NVIDIA. Sandy's accent. She's from like a rich town in Pennsylvania. I made a sandwich that sounded good in theory, but it's a disgusting combination. Swiss cheese, fried egg, sun-dried tomato, and avocado on a cheese bagel. Don't try this at home. Mm. You're missing the like the umami element. You need like a ham or a bacon in there, or like a big fried mushroom. Also, what kind of cheese bagel? Also, why are you putting cheese on your bagel that's not of the cream variety? There's so many problems with this. Maybe that guy was right. Maybe you're not Jim Martain's wife and you're actually just Jim Martain. Hawk 2 would never lip sync. She can't. Mouth's full. Asiago. Hmm. Cream cheese? No, I wasn't suggesting adding cream cheese to that fucking mess. Here's what you need to do. You need to swap the avocado with some lightly singed spinach, and you need to get some fucking meat on there. What does the spinach add? Some bitterness. It's just fat stacked on fat, right? It's Swiss cheese and then a fried egg and then avocado. So it's just a whole big fucking mess of fat. And then the sun-dried tomatoes are probably from like a jar, right? And so those are dipped in oil. Ugh. It's like a grease ball. You're gonna shit your pants. What are you, Taylor's nutritionist? Use arugula instead. It's not gonna stand up as well to the heat or the bagel. Also, arugula is disgusting. You want it really bitter? Get some dandelion on there. A pesto would be better. That's just more oil. Maybe like a gremolata. Some like lemon, fresh tomato, not fucking sun-dried tomato. No, no spam, Dork. What is wrong with you? No, never truffle oil. That shit's disgusting. Don't. It doesn't taste anything like truffles. It just tastes like shit. It's like, hold on. Did you toss my fries in shit oil? No? Mm. I can't believe people eat truffle oil. Truffle butter? Is it made with real truffles? Truffles are pretty good. Truffle oil tastes like chemicals. Yeah, it's like you just sprinkle some diesel on your food. It'd have more of a bite. I'll become a pigeon whale if you do a cooking stream. Look at this ridiculous uptrend. It's like it's not stopping, but it's also not going anywhere. It's like someone took the sails off the bull boat and just pushed them out to sea. I might be in the minority, but I was thinking your concoction didn't sound half bad. Have you been taking too much Ozempic and your intestines are blocked, or did you actually think it sounded like it would taste good? Have you been to Peter Luger? Yeah, it got really bad, and then it's been getting a little bit better. It's fine. It's just like a tourist trap now, though. It used to when I was like a little kid. It was like the go-to, like one of the go-to steakhouses. Smith and Walensky too, but they've definitely gone downhill over the years. My biggest problem with them is like I mean it's steak. It's hard to fuck up, right? And then somehow they manage to be wildly inconsistent in the output. Who the fuck goes to a steakhouse and eats a burger? Pores? Don't go to a steakhouse. Get a cheaper burger. That's not a poor thought. Poor people aren't like, I wonder where I could buy a $30 cheeseburger right now. I said Luger's in the 70s is the best in New York by far, but now there's way better options to the price. Yeah, there's a lot better. Even like old Homestead and Smith and Wollensky's, which are from the same era, are both better. And for more money, you can get a lot better. When the V is complete, is it knuckle puck time? I don't know what that means. It sounds sexual. Is that a like Mighty Ducks reference? Whatever happened to Emilio Estevez? Charlie Sheen's brother? No, Martin Sheen's son. Might as well get a chopped cheese nowadays. Gross. There's nothing worse than hot lettuce. I had the worst chopped cheese experience of all time. No, that was just a standard chopped cheese experience. Teenagers are worse than hot lettuce. Maybe. See, the problem with the chopped cheese is that it inherently includes hot lettuce. What the fuck's the Aki way? Cooked spinach is fine. I'm looking it up. Ew. A bacon, egg, and cheese on a honey bun? Ugh. Gross. Have you ever had spirulina? Yeah, I've had a vegan girlfriend before. Do vegan girls only taste like arugula? Only if you put lemon on them first. So post OPEX runs on the memes. We're looking at Monday runs now instead of Tuesday for T1 instead of T2. Inventory settles on T1. Options market makers still have a T2 deferral though for settlement. So it kind of just breaks the settlement up into two parts versus concentrating it on T1. What time is it? It's morphin time. Is charm kicking in? Yeah, it should start to, but we're not really in a position where it's gonna fucking matter. I'm gonna go find me some arugula. See ya. Alright, man. Have fun. I don't like cannelloni very much. Who would win in a Green Ranger versus White Ranger battle, completely ignoring that it's the same person? I mean, they're both, yeah, but still both dead, right? I used to have the White Ranger sword when I was little, with the little fucking tiger head on the bottom, on the pommel. I also had the Green Ranger flute dagger. Is there anything you don't know about? I don't know. Try me. Probably. You played it like a flute. You would blow into it, and that would trigger the recording. I don't like Zelda games. What do you know about fixing sciatic nerve? Well, I mean, there's like stretching and strength exercises that can help alleviate pain. Over the counter stuff, acetaminophen, NSAIDs. There's surgeries. Like a microdiscectomy or laminectomy. How often do you eat omakase? Not very often. I don't like being surprised. And sometimes it's weird shit. I saw a study of 80% of people can't spell the following out loud. I cup. I know you do. I don't have any back pain. What can countries like Laos do to boost their economic development? I don't really know if Laos is positioned for a boost in economic development, given that the entire country is a jungle with like 5 million people in it. Gherkin, I'm trying to identify a hydraulic fitting. It utilizes flared couplings, but it's not JIC or SAE standards. It seems to use metric threads standards if that helps. Could be like what is it? DIN, like metric tube fittings. ISO 84. Japanese industrial standard. You could use calipers to measure the diameter. Why does it cost $15 a month? I'm not a doctor. What's it called when you make a fake version of a song with funny lyrics? Parody? Didn't you want to be a doctor once upon a time? What should I make for lunch that fits my low FODMAP diet? Just think of like whatever thing you wouldn't want to eat that sounds really boring and bland, and that. Like, I don't know, take like an egg and some tofu, or like quinoa porridge. Chicken on top of something. Can I borrow 5 million? I'll offer 3.5% a year. I want 20%. 20%, it has to be asset backed. Grilled water. Any chance of 54.45 today? What do you think? I said it was either the 65 call or the 45 put when you asked. It was clearly the 65 call. I'll leverage my wife. 6.9% interest. Final offer. She's still paying down that other thing. I don't know. Is today's 54.45 same like yesterday's 54.55? No, today's 54.55 is a lot like yesterday's 54.55. No, nudes aren't an asset. It's not really a V. It's more of like got like a beginning of an N thing going on. How high could it go? It depends on how hard they push it. God, that's ugly. Why have you? What's the yellow line for? That's where I sell my Oxy call. Ew. You're buying calls on Oxy? You'll be lucky if you can sell it, you mean. No, VIX 3 month is still at like 15. No, 14.98. But it's still way too high. Also, NQ looks kind of weak here on the 5 minute. Yeah, it looks kind of weak on the 15 minute too. It's not very impressive. I'm good, thanks, crypto. How does one see VIX 3 month? It's a ticker. SIBO probably has the chart if or it's on TradingView. Greg, you were right. It's a JIS fitting. Nice. Goddamn Japanese. Sneaky. Must be like some sort of Japanese heavy machinery, or is it just somewhere where it's not supposed to be? Are you still smurfing antihistamines? Yeah, yeah. I still have like every morning doctor's appointments with my allergist. Those fucking shots. 1 second. It's a scissor lift for cars. Is it made in Japan? What's up, SA? I just got a friend request from Gherkin on Discord. We're gonna be besties? That wasn't me. Hmm. I'm getting some call sellers. Interesting. They're gonna get squeezed out. This is the strongest bull pump of the entire day. What? Carl's still a mod. That's Carl number 2. Can you imagine predicting this market crash? It's been a tough week for Dork. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Imposters. Mr. Little Pickle timed out by Carl for 60 seconds. Hey, Carl. Doing any zero DT options? I still have some puts open on IWM, I think. Yup. Hmm. If you got a chance to redo your weekly prediction, how would it change? It wouldn't, I don't think. Is the IWM bounce weak? Yeah, quite. But it could pick up strength. Are we ready to pump through 65 yet? I don't know. There's a lot of call selling going on right now. We might fail it. I think an indie film documentary would be made about you YOLOing meme stocks, back solving positions in the market, and streaming for years, teaching us. Ending to be determined. No. I could have been a part of that one documentary. I just didn't respond to their DMs. Since the Fed's single mandate is protect the banks at all costs, I think the stress test will show how strong and resilient they are. Sure. The Fed hasn't said the banks are strong and resilient since the last stress test. I know how it ends. I saw it in action. Gherk 3, The Reckoning. Which is greater, 5530 on ES or the Great Wall of China? You can see both of them from space. Are you gonna buy that call? No, probably not. As credits fade to black, Epilogue Tech shows Gherkin now runs, years later, runs his own private data firm, selling stock options data to the masses. That's ambitious. Masses? 80 degens in a Discord channel? Maybe? We'll say. There are dozens of us. Is Kerberos still there in the epilogue? I don't know. You mean Garden Snake? When do clearinghouses, prime brokers, risk management intervene if there's so much short VIX trading? They're trying to pass rules now that increase intraday margin based on exposure, but they're probably not going to be able to push them through, right? Urban Legend Gherk accessories sold separately. You intraday margin? You mean they would be penalized like us, sort of? Yeah. Uh-oh. Hmm. IWM's reaction to everything in the market today is to just do nothing. Hmm. Um, not sure 75 is going to be a resistance. 70 more likely. I spilled my liquidity everywhere again. Gross. Has anybody ever bought darn tough socks? Yes, they're great. Interesting. Sounds made up. Yeah. Yeah, it does. I recommended them chat. We were talking about wool socks the other day. Interesting. Up a few cents on AQN. Retire soon. Nice. Can recommend a lifetime warranty. They better be for $20 for a single pair of socks. What are they? Yeti brand? They're close, yeah. Hmm. This is very interesting. 66. $80 is about as high as this would go right now. Ooh, losing 65 is not bullish. Breath catching up? No. Interesting. Yeah, just for a second. No intention of underestimating the the bounce here. It doesn't matter if it's weak, it's a bounce off bullish support, right? Ooh. I only filled on one. I mean, this is the bull shot to fucking squeeze out the put buyers. Did I miss your response about EPAM? I don't know, did you? What did you ask? Is it too late for an EPAM entry? I don't know, what timeline are you targeting? No. I would say EPAM looks pretty bullish after it moved up 10% the other day. 2 days. How high up are the bulls buying calls? 80, 85. Some out at 90. With the amount of time we have left, I mean, and the ramp, they could maybe push it. I don't know, if we get above 75, they could probably push it out to 5,500. Beyond that, it's going to be a little tough. Also, we have to get past like the resistance on ES, which we haven't broken to the upside of yet. But if we did, I would say retest 55.50. Maybe retest 55.60. You aren't buying a call? I have calls. Those are all calls. Mm. Oof. It's $2. Relax. Now that's oof. Damn. The calls are so far out of the money they don't care. So it was $6. And it was a very important $6. Unless it's just a big bear trap. Which would be nuts. Hmm. Sold too many puts? No. That was weird though. Hmm. Not the strongest reversal. Um, Interesting. Delta's still a little bit positive, even on the drop. Charm's starting to turn a little positive. Still needs to get back over 65 again. I wonder if that's going to shake off any bears. It wasn't like really a big enough drop to fall into like the open put interest. Maybe just a chance to sell more puts. It looks pretty good. The video still looks pretty bullish. If NVIDIA squeezes out the 25 calls, it's going to rip. Small gap was left on that drop. Not on SPX, it wasn't. How long do we have to wait for coal upsies? 2025? I don't know. When did you buy BTU? Not before the last uppies. I was gonna say it's been $30 a couple times. Ooh. Hmm. Short calls are in a kind of shitty position here if we push up. They're gonna get squeezed out. Thanks, Mr. Grey Pubes. How's meta looking? I mean, it looks like it pushed into 510 and then it's kind of getting rejected, but there's calls out at like 520 still. Did the drop shake out your calls? No. Thoughts on the video? I just gave them. It squeezes the $25, the 125 calls it's gonna run. There's a lot of short calls to the upside on the video. 25, 30, 35. I'm sorry I'm late. Did I miss the market crash? Yep. Maybe tomorrow. But probably not. No, probably not. That's kind of how that works. God, this energy drink is doing nothing. And I had a coffee. We spend a week between JFresh's position and Bulgurk. Who wins? Why Bulgurk? Kenny? Yeah. I bought calls right before the drop. Classic. Is the recovery looking pretty decent? Is he entering something other than Ghost? Yeah. The recovery looks alright. I'm back above 65. I just don't think the drop was big enough to shake off any, like, any of the bears. It would have been better if we dropped to, like, 55 and then bounced. Because then the short calls would have capitulated on the way back up. Or as this kind of puts us in a situation where we might just get more short call selling. It makes it harder to push past 70. If we close below 54, 55, I will wish you'd bought calls. Hey, Cobra's back. Yep. He's lived through the shame of blowing Farmville and come back to the flock. Sorry guys, I bought NVIDIA puts. They're gonna be good if it gets rejected here. What are you eating? It was a fancy whole cashew. It's like we've got a stacked crash bingo card full of catalysts, just waiting for the bingo. So all-time high. That wasn't enough of a pullback to climb higher, so we're basically in the same place with nowhere to go. Yeah, it was a shitty pullback. But if bulls have supported 65, they could try to pressure the short calls out in a more manual way. No, not with the apple. That would be like eating poison ivy. Hmm. A guy argued with me on Reddit that people go long the video because they like money. I called him a pig. Nice. Not recommend slithering in the woods with your dog. Oh, you're leaning into the snake thing. I did tell Chat GPT to make the snake an accountant. Um, I guess it didn't understand that part. not very crunchy cashews. I did try trash. Let's see if the laws of the market are obeyed and Head and Shoulders break up. Hmm. This is technically bullish consolidation. RSP and Russell and Dow all still look like shit. Oh, and oil fell 100 bips. The fuck happened with oil? Hmm. RRP jumped by about 30 billion today. 31 billion? That's not a big enough move. Bruce, can you help me out? I positioned too bullish and then told my girlfriend that I was looking forward to the breakup, and now she's mad at me. What does RRP jumping up mean to SPX? For the alongside the kind of low issuance, if we see RRP continue to climb into end of quarter, risk off in equities. First mistake is talking to your girlfriend about trading. My girlfriend doesn't even know what NVIDIA is, and I plan to keep it that way. Smart. When in doubt, lie. Wait, Trashdan has a girlfriend? I thought he was a gay duck. Nothing in here makes sense. Doesn't need to. Like a salon door, baby. Mm, gap down. We're doing it right. Tomorrow morning's boring as fuck. Yeah, nothing to like aftermarket. New home sales. Who gives a shit? Are they really projecting a rise in new home sales? With permits and construction down? The yield curve is just gonna keep inverting. This is a wildly long inversion. It's only like 700 days. I mean, new home sales isn't a big deal. Home sales is a big deal. Is the entire market just gooning until VIX cracks 14? Well, if they'll ever let VIX crack 14. Is there a calendar that shows all the investor days and earnings calls that are coming up? I don't know about investor days, but there's a bunch of calendars for earnings. Oh my god. It's Power Hour, right? What the fuck is this? There's so much unrealized potential on either side of spot, and there's no volume. Like, we're in the doldrums. Ooh. That's what I'm gonna call it from now on. You didn't play the song? How would they know? I don't think that's gonna make a difference, but we could try.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Ah, you guys missed it. We wicked to 5,500 and then 5,400. And now we're just, yeah, now we're back flat again. The Doldrums will always be a Phantom Tollbooth thing for me. God, I love that book. Phantom Tollbooth? 6th grade. Like, 3rd. But I've read it again since then. I still can't read. Was J-Fresh the math magician? How would 54-55 end of day be for the MM? Eh, I think the MM's, I mean, the MM's probably. Uh, like right above 60, 62, 61. We're getting a bullish push again, though. And charm is positive, so we could pick up some momentum to the upside. Need to squeeze the short calls at 70 and 75. Believe it or not, a banned book in Boulder, Colorado. What is? Phantom Toll Booth? Are you fucking serious? What's it banned for? It doesn't have drug abuse or sex. Incredibly, the Phantom Toll Booth was once banned in a public library in Boulder for being poor fantasy. That's ridiculous. She wasn't even in the back row. She was jerking that guy off right, like stage right, 2 rows back. I mean, they just need short calls to capitulate into the end of the day, and then they can get the rest of the pump. 80 and 85 calls are picking up a little bit. We built a lot more support at 70, but 75 is still a big resistance. Actually dumped a tablespoon of truffle salt on my potato wedges. Burn them. Just throw them in the fire. Make new wedges. Although I have a sneaking suspicion it wasn't an accident. Ginger doesn't strike me as the type of librarian who bans books. Ginger spends all her time in the computer in her office, yelling at people to get out of her office. She doesn't have time to ban books. So the video calls are free money with the shareholder meeting tomorrow? No. There could be some IV crush. I mean, who knows what's going to be said at the meeting? Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, we do know they will say AI, but are people gonna care? They've had several earnings where the stock's just done nothing, right? I heard Tom Lee say 15,000 by 2030. He's trying to stay relevant for 5 more years. 5.5. He's still got a price target on Bitcoin of 100K. Yeah, Charm's still supportive. Still need to get above 75, though. And part of that is going to be getting above 70. The video is getting to a point where it might start squeezing some of those short calls at 125. VIX is under 13. Rivian? I don't know. I haven't looked at it. Hmm. It's up a bit today. I don't know if that's something that's going to continue, but it seems like it's doing good. Do they have any news or anything? Do you plan on living until 75? We'll see. Do you plan on living until 42? Again, we'll see. Meters? Huh. Dear God, Todd just came back with a shovel. What membership level gets into your will? I'm just trying to get my Zom shares. God, dirty. Yeah, I used to smoke. I have 5 months left until my die at 35 prediction ends. I'm putting a lot of eggs in that basket. Nope, there we go. That's the futures breakout. I think it's safe to say JFresh's market crash prediction didn't play out. Wait, hold on. Failed breakout. That can't be right. Nvidia's green. Woo, my market crash prediction is right on track. Where are we on the Elliott wave? Who gives a shit? The market has us right where it wants us. Nice. I have heard about the efficient market hypothesis. Hmm. That was disappointing. Is it like the MOASS simulator where you're just trying to close at the top? Yes, but with actual Brownian motion. That's funny. There is no top. It's true. Insert Brownian motion joke. Hmm. Feel like you're drifting off. 50, 54.75. An okay straddle target, or is it better to enter on a pullback breakout? Um, it's better to enter further away from major strikes. Or at least I find that it is. It might just be bias. What's up, Turk? Oh, you cunt. I hate you. Yeah, I see you've added Elliot waves. Hey, Dork. How does a particle in Brownian motion feel about its life? It's constantly in flux. That's what he gets for showing me his fucking chart with Elliot waves on it. Jimmy laying down a green donger. Still under 25, though. They're pumping their video hard, and SPX isn't having it. No, it's really not. My response to your joke is in your DMs. I have a statistics joke for you, Dork. Ooh, give me that stacks joke. It's not significant. Uh, we have fun, right? 200 likes. Fuck you guys. Alright, that's it. I'm blocking Dork in my DMs. I did. He just sent me. I don't even know how many. This bullshit. You'd have blocked him too. The fuck is that? I'm gonna send you some actual DD, but I guess I'm not gonna anymore. Oh no. Is that a bull trend? Hmm. This has got to be embarrassing for the Bulls. Do you want to hear something hilarious? I had to sell my GME to cover unexpected costs. I sold in the last week of April at $11 after holding since the beginning. That is, I mean, that is pretty funny. I'm sorry that that happened to you. Don't worry, you'll probably be able to buy it back at $11. That's fair enough. Yeah, okay. I sold Upstart at 12. I remember that. What's up, Gherk? Hey, Dork. Now I need the market to crash. Please ban anyone who says BPS instead of BIPS. Also, Zom 130. That's not the real Dork. That's fake Dork. Lawrence, nice try. GME did a tiny rip. It went from 2350 to 2439. I'm gonna YOLO my remaining savings on SPY options tonight after not paying attention to the market for 4 months. Which direction should I buy my 30 DTE? Uh, I respect the hustle. I'm going with 2Ds, and you can't stop me. I thought you said that the market was in perfect equilibrium. Both? Ooh, that might be the real answer. Microsoft's at 3.35 trillion. Straight up all day. I wish we could have at least failed below 65. This is terrible. Why do all the GME people pop out of the woodwork every time it moves 3%? MOASS is inevitable. They help me time my puts. It's kind of them. What do you think of zero GT SPX spreads with 15 minutes left? There's nothing wrong with them, but do you think the market's actually going to move? Because it seems stuck here. How was trading today? Pretty dull. Why would the news be covering GME up 64 cents on the day? Neiman Marcus data breach. Hacker gained access to the cloud storage database platform used by Neiman Marcus, provided by cloud company Snowflake. Awkward. The price action's blowing your socks off? Yeah. I get the words that you're saying. I don't like them. Are bulls giving up here? It would appear that way. Actually, those were good till 15 minutes after close. It's upsetting that the only breakout of the day ended in abject failure. GME did a Carly Rae Jepsen. Still below 25. Dow and RSP are down a bunch too. All of the pump today is in tech, but it's clearly not enough. When will Carvana crash? Because I want to buy Tootsies. It's a good question. Like crash? Go out of business? Could take a while. Get rejected from its current place well above Gamma Max? Oh, that could happen anytime. It's definitely doing OPEX things, so you gotta wait out T2 and T5. Gamma Max on Carvana is at like 118. I command you to take a nap after market close. I took antihistamines this morning, so I'm just super drowsy. Holy fuck, this is still... Oh. 20 Sigma move. Nope. I finally figured out the difference between Dubai and Abu Dhabi. People in Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but people in Abu Dhabi do. Ha! Ha! I better get my title from Carvana first. I bought a car in Feb and they still haven't sent me my title. That's awkward. GME is not MOASing. It's at 2470. I bought an electric golf cart off the TikTok shop for $68 and it hasn't shown up yet. Maybe it has and it's just really small. My wife would have seen it. Are bulls even trying? Not so much anymore. Maybe a little. What's up, Turk? I saw a little SPX volume today. Just never came in. Futures had pretty decent volume. I think it was more just why so little price improvement. Now futures are ripping. Oh, and I failed. Just immediately rejected. Fantastic. All right, well, that was a lot of consolidation and then more consolidation. What a fun day. Commodities down. Dollar dipped a little bit. Yeah, back down to like 105.60. Looks like it's kind of consolidating after its test. Still on a fairly bullish trend. Yields pulled back a little bit after moving up in the earlier part of the day. Correlation started to move back down on the 3-month pretty hard. 1 month is staying fairly stable, so a little bit more leverage up in the dispersion trade. And I think we're just seeing that in tech, right? Like we're really not really seeing anything. Like tech is 30% of the S&P. NQ's up 100% or 100 points. S&P's up 28. Dow down 88, Russell down 46, RSP finished the day out down 69 points. So just no breadth to speak of anywhere. Forward yield on volatility negative 8.5. There was a little bit of a inversion earlier, and that kind of just petered out into nothing. Long vol demand still staying fairly high. I'm still pressuring this up, but without the yield curve inverting, we're probably not going to get pressured up too much on the volatility side. Bond vol staying pretty flat. Skew moved up, so maybe a little bit more tail risk hedging, but that might have just been the out of the money puts we saw come in today. 66% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, which is a slight improvement. And positive correlation between VIX and VIX futures fell by about 1%. So basically just completely uncorrelated here. Fed fund futures 0.36. Not a lot of movement there either. It's a pretty boring day of lots of tech pumps and no breadth coming in. It doesn't look like there's a lot of sympathy with Nvidia, or not as much as there should be. And Nvidia's pretty much drove all of the price improvement today, right? Microsoft a little bit, but not so much. GME pooping. GME hit 25, but is it over 25? Nope, don't care. All right. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I hope all of you have a lovely night, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Later.